chat. So what have I... What level is... 75, I'm 73. Act 10. Oh yeah, we're ready to do the thingy. Alright. I don't see chat. I feel like I should level up and then do fucking Merciless. It's pretty easy to level up. I mean, it would be easy to level up if this build wasn't really, it's not really made for. Look at my XP bar just shooting up. This is like 3 levels lower than me. Oh shit, fuck! Went the wrong way! Oh, we got a soul leader, fuck! Get out of here! White woman, don't go in there! Get my Fucking hell, this thing is hitting me hard, real hard. I'm stuck. Oh my god, I'm stuck. This thing means business.
Level 18.
out of there. Jeebus. Spiders. Blasted. And blasted. And blasting. Just fucking ice, 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 ice. Oh, hi, Mark. Keep going. What in the fuck? Got stuck on some shit. Boom.
Oh, hi, Mark. Wow. I am no beast of thunder.
I'm a beast of Butterton. Look at me, I'm holding it.
Exile.
Ooh, that's pretty nice. Well, my energy shield is always low, no matter what you do. How do you get? What's up here? 8. Oh, that's trash then.
Shh. There it is again.
So if I put this on, I lose my lightning rays. above 75. Alright. I'm not even doing maps yet. I'm already like doing like above 75 stuff. I should be way past maps right now. Right? Where's my drink? Boom. It is. Lots of enemies! Lots of enemies! And poisons will one-shot me. They did last time. Boom!
Ah! Level 18?
Let's go deeper. Let's go to here. And let's see, we are down here. I think I'm gonna get this energy shield node. I kinda wanna get this node too. Cuckoo! You have to get close if you want to get killed. See, I gotta get the area shut down. I don't have time. Do I have anything to reach weapon with? boom, boom. Boom with the fire and with the ice. And the lightning. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. In my mouse. Is there no loot? The whole trip I got no loot? What the fuck? Some white, some blue, okay? Alright, halfway to the next level. Oh shit. Oh, what the heck? Yeah, crazy regime. Alright. Take this, this, this. I don't know why I picked that up.
Shh. Here it is again.
الله أكبر.
فارقب النصر المبين.
Lisa! You're tearing me apart! Nobody has the same PoE experience as I do.
Oh, would you look at that?
So
Would you
mean.
look at that?
So many memes. Uh-huh. Whoa! Oh shit! We got a wolf one.
Oh, would you look at that?
Yeah, we got
Would you
nothing
look
good
at that?
Ever since the league this came out, it was
الله أكبر.
nerfed the shit out of all the wolf classes. It was too good. Everybody was farming them. Everybody was having a good time. One thing,
Blessed
Deb
be.
say, is people having a good time. You can't have that. Alright, this is a big one. Big old tier 3, can we do it? Back on. Make a triple fire from all of his friends. And back to what? Oh my god! Hasted. So he's double hasted. That sucks. Look at me not having the rebuff. Because I don't use any hours. My lack of hours is my hour. This is gonna be a shit roll. Okay. Some kind of feisty boy too. A one shot incoming! Too many fucking lion assholes. Fucking 3 of them. These fucks. It's not fair, it's not fair. Give me all lions. Kill one of them, fucking shit. Okay.
Everyone,
Is that the boss in here? I didn't even see him. Still got a ball still alive? Jeebus. Why are you still alive? Where do you go? What are you doing? Disappearing, reappearing, shit. There's another one. Okay. I go here. And then I go here.
Must have time to gather.
dude. Missing a lot of XP here. Level up. What the fuck? I don't care, I just leveled, so I'll just do that whole thing again and get more XP. Oh wait, it counted as completion? I didn't know what the fucking reward was. Give me this thing. Just got like 200 something more energy shields, so fuck you, okay. You guys, I'm going ham. I just got exploded. Oh my god, I'm stuck. My goddamn light went out. Did it even throw my flare down at all? I don't think it even fucking threw it. In here. I'm fucking sticking some chaos damage on me there. I didn't even see it. No wonder I'm dying so fast. I'm about to go CI and fuck that shit. Then I'll probably die. I got my mouth on it, dude. This spider will not die. There he goes. God damn.
Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that?
Stay in the light.
I need some defensive potions. God damn it, do I have mana at all? What's going on? Why is my spells not working? Am I getting stunned? Let me change my Pantheon or something. Oh, fuck. What is going on here? Shit is spawning before I can even teleport away. Anarchy, anarchy, 4 times anarchy. That's pretty good. And whatever those are. Okay. Ghost Drive. This one is a level 73. This one's better. Take this one out, put this one in. Is it that hard?
Hear that?
Oh, hello, cat. Didn't see you there.
Shh. Here it is again.
Let's go here. Too slow to catch up to me.
Ah, lovely. I saw it. I turned around to run away, but it was like, there's too many bats. Can't get away from them. Where was I just at? I was going towards this one.
Oh, man. I don't know how I'm gonna get, like, this helmet. What if I get down here into, like, level... I don't know. 75 tier 3. No, that's just let me get on Discord.
Oh, hi.
Yes,
It's
sir.
some late night Path of Exile.
It's early morning for me.
Oh, it's like 3 a.m. here. I gotta bed yet.
I've already been up, gone to the gym and watched TV and ate.
Such a full day already. I've been playing Rust again, and it's been... I don't know why I do it to myself. I must be a masochist or something. I watched your video on the transsexual thing. And then I
Which
watched
one?
the panic button. I watched the one where you talk about the panic button people, lesbians.
Oh, yeah.
I started watching a lot of their videos, and I come to like the same agreement as you. It just seems like this whole AGP thing has taken over the trans community. There's like all the dudes who just want to look like women and then jerk off themselves. Weird.
What's that
Then-
one dude name? That's like Timmy or Jamie or something like that. Timothy, I think it's like Timothy.
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with a lot of these influencers, but
It's got a weird name like Timothy Chalamet, but it's like
well, there's like when I was watching the panic button or listening to them while I was playing Rust, like I was keep coming across like ones where they'd have trans people on, where they're reacting to trans people that are like we have really weird names, like names they named themselves like Bella or Angelica, or that wasn't their real name, they got their name changed. If you're sitting around like, oh yeah, what name is sexy do I want to be named or called? Yeah, I don't know. Some of it's just like really weird. So like, what was it, Peru or Brazil, something like that? Just made if you're transgender or think you're something like that, they say you're classifying it as being mentally ill now. Mentally ill, which we should do here, but we don't because we want to be like inclusive or something.
there's
know.
a
I
podcast
think
to listen to. I know they're like pro trans. I want to like request to be a guest on there and like debate them about it. Because,
So
like,
many of them, yeah, like you said, they're fakes. They just don't want to like upset anybody.
like if you ever watch the atheist shows, like the Atheist Experience or The Line or those kind of shows, like they used to not give a shit about it, and then all of a sudden they started like putting everybody's pronouns on there whenever they were calling in, like he, him, or whatever. They got all like woke, but like they don't use the same standards they use for atheism. Like if somebody says, "Oh, I believe in God," you have to prove. Like there was this, what was her name? Tracy Harris. She used to be like a famous atheist. She brought in like 3 jars. One of them had dice in it. One of them had other two were empty. And she says, "Look, this jar has regular dice. This jar has invisible, transcendent dice, aka God, in it. The other jar is empty. There's nothing in it. So how do you tell the difference between the jar that has the invisible, transcendent dice and the jar that has nothing in it? Because they look exactly the same. So how do you tell?" But they don't ask these same questions. Like if somebody says, "Oh, I'm a man in a woman's body," how can you tell the difference between somebody who's just saying that or somebody that really does believe that. Because anybody could just lie. So there's no
Yeah, it seems
test
like
to
they've.
see who's telling the truth or not.
You watched that show recently, right? The three body problem or something.
Yeah.
You know how it was like, okay, like for spoilers, anybody listening, but like at the end of the show, basically, the aliens figure out that humans can lie, and they didn't realize that. They're like, wait, we don't lie. And they're like, yeah, humans lie all the time, and they're like, oh, we gotta kill you or something,
Yeah,
or
even like writing a book is a lie to them because it's fiction.
yeah. But it makes me wonder if there's so many of these people running around that are like retarded in some way. They're like, no one would lie about being trans. What are you talking about? And then I'm like, you don't understand like the depth of
Especially with
like
clout now,
addiction.
everybody trying to get
Yeah.
famous on the internet.
Yeah, it's like these people don't realize that lying exists or something. It's like people will
Dylan
lie
Mulvaney,
for anything.
where he used to be like
Yeah,
saying he was just gay, then he was bi, and then he's like trans, and like, once the trans thing hit off, he's like, oh yeah, I'm totally trans. That's the one I want to be because it's got the most views. He used to be
it's
just
like he
like
doesn't
an
know what he
actor on
wants
the
to
Book
be.
of Mormon or whatever play.
Are Mormons against gays and stuff? Oh,
Well, most actors in the stage or whatever acting like theatric kids.
mm.
That's pretty rough.
Then it's like I noticed on there, it was a lot of like when I searched up on Twitter AGB or whatever you said, like
gynophile?
yeah, I didn't really come up with anything. But then when I just searched up like trans, there's like tons of or trans. The two ones
Probably
you
gonna
should
get
make
the
a second video.
slot, AGP slot,
this.
computers Google it.
Yeah, I was thinking you'd make it all like a second video after we talked about it a bit more. Just kind of like, just what I'm noticing now, it's like mainstream trans people or just like regular trans people like me with got Klein filters, and then like everybody
You're
else
not
is this.
trans, though, you're just-
No, but Kleinfelter still falls into like the trans category because I'm technically have like different DNA or
I
something.
mean, you're born male and you still claim to be male, so.
I'm still male technically, yeah. I just don't make sex hormones. I gotta take like testosterone replacement therapy. When I go to the place to get my testosterone, there's also like trans like females standing there sometimes. But they're like so many of them don't realize that if you're a woman and you take the transition hormones, taking testosterone is going to make you strong or something, right? But then all of them, they're like fat, balding dudes now, and they're like 30, and they're like, oh, I was lied to. It's like basic biology or something.
Who was telling them it was a good idea is what I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, you see all these people that are like teachers and they're bragging like, oh, my children are confused. I got them all confused now. Like, they're bragging about it. Why are you bragging like confusing kids? That's the opposite of your job.
Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that?
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating because we talk about your kids aren't legally allowed to like get tattoos or like weird shit, right? Like they're like, oh, you can't do that, but we're like, oh, you can go get your tits cut off. That's fine. Your dick cut off. Which getting your dick cut off in other cultures would be like the worst crime, worst punishment imaginable, right? Be like, oh, you've committed rape or like some sort of high treason and cut your dick off. These ones are like, please castrate me. Anyway, so I go on Twitter and I look up those terms. The stuff I see on there is like all, there's like sissy training or something, or they're like, there's all these trans people talking about like trying to seduce straight guys to fuck them.
Well, like James Charles, that's his main thing. But
Yeah.
he doesn't want to date regular gay guys. He wants to date straight guys and turn them gay.
Yeah, and then there was the gay guys that are just like gay normal guys, and then there's all the other ones that are like weirdos. And so my brother's gay, and I talked to him about that, and he says, yeah, so many of the trans people are like creepy weirdos who not even like gay guys want to fuck because they're so weird. And it's just like, what's become? There's the point where the gays and the lesbians like kick the trans out of the fucking club.
Yeah,
like, okay, guys.
I just want to be LGBs and no T's or any other shit. I guess intersex is. Well, that's not a sexuality. It's just like
It's not sexuality, it's just you're born intersex, right? But that's like the
questioning, I
trans
guess, is
people want to make
okay.
everything like sexual. That's the issue. I don't know. Other than the like, I can understand. You see that if you ever go on like Rule 34 or one of these fucking sites, you'll see like the most weirdest weirdos being weird for like the sake of being weird for
We used to lock
some
people up.
reason or another.
It used to be
Yeah,
like
yeah, they
you
used to
could be
throw you in
crazy.
prison for that.
Now it's like
Yeah,
no
you're.
crazy people anymore.
Yeah, there used to be like if you go back a couple hundred years, or I don't even know. When did we turn off the asylums? When did that
You just
happen?
pretty much deny reality, and you think you're something like if you thought you were a fucking animal, like a fox or a wolf,
Yeah, yeah. Have you
you're
looked
being
into that
in the
recently? Because
psych ward.
there's like, we do have there's stuff on the news that I saw that was like, they're allowing these trans kids to also be furries or something along those lines, and they're going to school.
Not
And at
only are they
first it was like a
among us, they're
joke.
out here voting and like teaching children.
Yeah, it's gone into like absurdity levels. So like, this is the thing that feeds back into when you were talking about the red heifer and all this shit. Like, and they
Yeah,
go,
there's a lot
you
of
you should have gone
Antichrist
into
stuff.
more detail about that because I didn't even know what the fuck you were talking about. And then I talked to some of my religious friends and they're like, oh yeah, it's all about like prophesizing the end because it's like the internet. What I realized, our modern day Sodom and Gomorrah that allows bestiality and all sorts of weird shit. It basically is the internet. If you go to like some of those really weird websites, even like X Hamster or one of these porn websites, has all sorts of weird shit on it that would normally be like horrendous. Over the years, more and more like we were like, oh, okay, you can say murder on TV now. Where like old TV shows you couldn't say murder. They had to find a loophole and say moida,
Unaliving.
yeah,
I
unaliving
hate that
or
word,
something.
unaliving.
Yeah, there's all that kind of stupid shit that's like.
People use it like a normal word now. Like they're not even like this in real life. If there's not even online or anything. They just say unaliving instead of killing because you're afraid to say killing.
Yeah, it's like they're. But that's the thing I was talking about earlier. Like, there's so many people who are just like afraid to upset anyone. Like, oh, you
rape,
said
nobody
murder.
says rape or porn. They always say grape or corn. God damn.
Rape
People.
or
What are you afraid of?
then it's like censorship on YouTube. So like YouTube doesn't allow you to swear now, or they demonetize you.
I've never like said any words and stuff. It was like rape and
Yeah.
porn. I don't give a fuck. If it worked back when I started
Well,
on YouTube, it should work now.
Well, even now, we're some of these guys I watch like the police footage. They have to edit and make gunshot noise like duck quacking because they'll get demonetized for having gun sound in their video, which is like really stupid. But at the same time, you think about it, you're like, wait a minute, like, what?
What were you saying about how you didn't know what I was talking about with the red heifer thing for a while? It's like, it's got me thinking, like, I know I'm kind of good at explaining things that don't make sense to a lot of people, but like I do like skip steps sometimes. Like I'll think ahead
Yeah.
in my head, and I'll go to the maximal conclusion of something when it doesn't make sense if you're just hearing it for the first time.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why I
but
got
you're
banned
like,
from that Discord, that book channel I was on all the time, because I was talking about incels or trans or something, and like I'd already went to this crazy conclusion in my mind, and they were like, "What are you talking about?" I thought it was just crazy.
well, the interesting thing that I saw about that was, okay, another thing when I went on Twitter, it was like, it was like, or was it YouTube, that there was a video and it showed a really kind of, you know how a lot of these incels, they look like creepy, nerdy dudes who have like,
God damn
you know, like really creepy, nerdy dudes. Like, they're not like fat, some of them are just like, they almost look like they're Gollum in some regard, like from Lord of the Rings. And there's one that was on there that was like, doing that trans-maxing thing. And this is right after I watched your video. Basically, I got my video feed started changing to like trans stuff.
Because of my
And
video?
then, yeah, from like just watching
I
your
don't even
video.
put tags in my videos.
I know it must be like the metadata or something, or it like picks up on you talking or something like that. Because then I got the video out that got related to me, was this creepy looking, like Skeletor looking thin dude who was talking about trans maxing, and he showed his before and after pictures. and it was like, when he started off, he looked like a Gollum, creepy, skinny-looking dude, talking about he had videos about being an incel and like hating women and whining about him gonna date and women, but now he's decided to become a woman, but not because it. And it was like, then I watched another video after that was from the Panic Button girls, and they were reacting to something similar, and it was like this dude who looks like a dude in like every way, except he's saying that he's a trans lesbian. He was like a dude that became a woman so that he could still be a lesbian, which doesn't really make any sense logic-wise. Or like if you want to fuck,
eat him out and not fuck him.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, but then they find out he hasn't had his dick taken off or anything, so he's still a dude. He's just calling himself a trans lesbian and then
So
trying to hook
in
up.
the bedroom with the women, then he can like use his dick, rape them, whatever, and they can like claim some kind of bullshit like, I'm a woman, and woman's a woman, trans women's are women, so I'm not raping them. They just like they're transphobes or something.
Yeah, but he's like trying to come up with some bullshit to like, like weasel his way into the bedroom essentially, and trick these women.
My argument was when I was in the book Discord, like, I'm not automatically a bad person because I'm an incel. Incel just means I'm not having sex.
Yeah,
So
but
you
it's
would,
like a lot of
somebody
the.
that has a lot of sex, you trust them over somebody who's not having sex? You'd be more afraid of getting raped by somebody that rapes all the time or has sex all the time?
Well, the problem is, D2, is that the creepy people from like 4chan
Fuck!
took over this like incel brand and then called themselves, and they're like, yes, we are proud to have. But then there was like this video I was watching. One of the incel guys finally went and fucking got some hookers and like got fucked, and he came back, and the other incels like kicked him out of the group because he's like, oh, you've had sex now, you've betrayed us. But isn't the whole point of being called an incel is because you're whining about being celibate? Like, would you want to just go get a prostitute and not?
Have to be whining. I don't whine about it.
No, but the ones that I was talking about that were on like 4chan or whatever, because there was that one guy who watched his interrogation video. He ran over like 25 people with a van he rented, and he was a self-proclaimed incel, but he was talking about how the other incels didn't have the balls that he had to go murder people in the name of incelum. And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, the whole movement is like, you're not making it sound good for yourself by like.
I mean, some of them believe that they deserve a woman just from existing. And that's not really true.
Yeah, they just exist, so they deserve it.
I'm just kind of disgusted with everybody in the world right now, so I don't really care if I think of anybody right now.
Well, what are you disgusted about in general? I think it's just everything's going to shit and everyone's crazy and.
Yeah, that's kind of. It's like the way women value guys is just all fucked up.
Yeah, it is pretty fucked up. It's like, in their early years, they want to get banged by like the bad boys and go out with the bad boys. But then when they're all worn out, when they're 30s,
I used to think women cared about romance and like true love and all this kind of shit. They don't even give two fucks about it, but they read romance novels. Don't make any sense.
It's like fantasy to them. Like so like for me, I've dated a few women over the years, but like most of them were like, you got the low tier trash women who are like, yeah, I'll get married to you, but they have like, they're losers. Like if these women were men, they would be losers. The men, like, they don't do anything. They just lay around. They don't even want to do housework or have children or nothing. You know, just like, they'll just lay there and do the starfish while you fuck them. It's like they're dead almost. It's like, what do you? Yeah, they just lay there with their arms out and their legs out, and they don't even fucking hug or kiss you. They just like take it, and they just go back to whatever they were doing, like scrolling endlessly on TikTok or something. And it's like, what the fuck's the point then? I don't know. Then, like, when I was talking to the older generation, they're like, oh no, romance is just bullshit. Romance was made up by, like, adults to help, like, children or young people, like, not just kill themselves. It's like a lie.
like it seems like we're going in a direction now where everybody's just going to be nudist in the future, or everybody's getting okay with being nude. Everybody's got OnlyFans. I've seen like a Facebook feed is starting to have like underage kids starting to almost get naked because they see all these people doing the same thing, like they're flashing their pussy for a second, or they're getting a tit out and like breastfeeding on camera.
I was a video I watched by Joe Post, Joe Watson or Paul Watson or whatever the fuck. They installed in like New York City or one of these cities. They installed like some sort of giant camera, or like a mirror camera thing. It would beam, like live stream right to the next city, and it was supposed to be this cultural. And all that women did was flash their tits at people. And eventually got to the point where now there's cops like standing right next to these fucking things. They're like, no, if you want to go up and do anything, you have to do everything like, legally. It was like, what the fuck did you think people were gonna do?
Well,
We're gonna like
monkeys, and then Christians don't want to believe we're evolved from apes. I mean, there's the
but we
proof right
act
there.
like
How we
monkeys.
act.
Yeah, look how we fucking act like a bunch of retards all the
And
time.
now they're wanting to do like all sex bathrooms because the bathroom situations has gotten so weird with Trinity. Just to have men and women pissing and shitting in the same room. It just seems wrong. I don't know why.
Well, because this is the thing. Okay, so this is the thing. You probably know this, but back in ancient Rome, they probably had some of the same rules, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're not allowed to do that, and like
Out in the street.
all these different countries have figured out that like we should segregate women's washrooms from men's washrooms because men, not all men, but there's a lot of creepy dudes out there, and it's just like.
It's always
Oh,
just
man.
had a feeling to me like men and women are on different teams. And like we're trying to seduce the other team to become like
Yeah.
boyfriend and girlfriend.
The way my mother raised me, she was always like open doors for women and do this and do that and be a good boy and blah blah blah. But then now when I showed her TikTok and the libs of TikTok,
Oh,
she
man.
like
If these
she lost her mind. She was
adults-
like, "Oh my god, all these women are like ruined." Like,
Yeah, the older generation, they don't know that this shit's going on at all.
yeah, at all. And then when I told my mom, she thought I was just being sexist or something. Then actually she looked at it, she was like mortified. She's like, "What are these women doing?" Like she's older, right? So she's told me like
She
when
would
I
probably
was
a lot of suicides if they knew how bad it was right now. People be
Oh
jumping
my
off of
God.
roofs.
they were like just done with society, or
I don't know how we fucked up. Did we not have enough people wanting to be teachers, or almost like remember back in like the 80s there was that thing about if you litter your litter bug or whatever, there was like the forest.
yeah, people
fire.
were actually upset about it.
It was good. Everything was clean for a while. Then, like in the '95, 2000, everything started littering again. It's like the generation didn't get taught that because you felt like, oh, we've learned our lesson on this littering thing. We're going to stop littering.
No, it was
And,
like every
the whole new
generation.
generation comes
yeah.
up and they're fucking blank slates. Like our memory doesn't get transferred down to the next generation. You got to teach everybody the same shit every generation.
But our school systems kind of suck too, and they just push kids through and don't really teach them anything important. And then it's like when I
It's
talked
like
to the
we saw the
teachers,
teachers that taught us like they weren't getting paid enough and they were like burnout, so we didn't want to be burnout, so we didn't become teachers.
yeah, but being a teacher seemed like it would suck because you'd
Yeah.
have to deal with like kids all the time being assholes and whatever else. And then like I remember talking to teachers and then eventually seeing them in like the surrounding, like when I would go to the grocery store, I'd see like other teachers like, "Oh, I remember you from so and so," and then it was such a small town. They're like, "Oh, I remember you."
I remember
Then
a
we
lot of
would-
teachers that started teaching, then they saw how shitty it was, and they just quit and did something else.
Yeah, we had a bunch of younger teachers that were like that. They were like shadowing, job shadowing, and then they'd like see them just, no, I don't want to. Okay, so one guy I talked to kind of looked like George, was it Freeman?
Floyd?
Anyway, from Half-Life, he kind of looked like that guy. He's like
Oh.
a science teacher. And then he saw how everyone acted like a bunch of dumbasses, and then the next thing we knew, he was like, wasn't working in our school anymore, and he's like, yeah, he requested to be transferred to like the university or something. But now I guess that would be even shitty too, because like universities are full of like woke people that are like they're extremely stupid. Their parents are paying like their life savings away to send their kids to like school to be indoctrinated with wokeness and being retarded. It's like, what the fuck's... Even when people are trying to do good and have their kids be like, you know, like, oh, go to school and learn something and don't be a loser. And then it's like, they come home like, I hate you, Mom and Dad. I learned to hate you at woke school. And this professor told me that you're all bad racists and misogynists and transphobes. It's like, oh, God. This is why I think maybe this is the end of the U.S. in a way. Like, it's going to be like Rome. Like we had before.
About the women wanting to be in the woods with a bear over a man.
I think that those women have never actually been around, like, real hostile creatures. Like, more...
Either they think bears are weaker than they are, or they think men are more dangerous than they are.
They should watch Joe Rogan talk about hunting bears and talk about how they're, like, horrific monsters that are, like, they'll tear trees apart to kill you. Like, he had a camera video he was talking about, and he's like, he's a manly man that people look up to, and he's like, I'm terrified of having a grizzly bear, like, attack me in the woods. That would be nightmare fuel.
Blessed be.
And actually, he had a woman on his podcast a while back that was talking about how her boyfriend was scared about getting, like, I don't know if he got attacked by, like, a group of thugs who all beat the shit out of him, and he was, like, terrified and screaming about it. And then Joe Rogan's like, what are you talking about?
Not every man is like that. It's like they think if a man is in their bathroom, they're going to automatically try to rape them. What the fuck? Where did you get that idea from?
Well, it was the thing that was kind of strange to me. It was that the woman was like, oh, immediately she said she stopped, like, she fell out of love with her boyfriend after watching him, like, get his ass kicked by a group of dudes and then lose to them. And then Joe Rogan's like, what are you talking about? I'm a grown-ass man. I don't want to have 6 other men that are my size beat the shit out of me. That would be terrifying. You're insane. And was like telling this lady that she's nuts for even thinking that, like, it's mildly comparable. And she's like, well, I just lost, like, I guess she had like a lady boner for her, this dude. You know, like attraction. As soon as he lost in any kind of sense, like, she just immediately was like, okay, I'm gonna throw you away, go get a new boyfriend. But no, without the realization that, like, it doesn't matter who your boyfriend is. Unless he's Jason Statham's or some shit, he's not gonna be able to, like, single-handedly, like, fight off like 10 dudes or something, you know?
You never heard about elevator gate in the atheist community, did you?
No, 'cause I don't think I followed that stuff.
There was a woman named Rebecca Watson. It's not like she did anything wrong, but she was at a conference and she was in an elevator and she was gonna go home for the night. She says, I'm gonna go home to, going up to her room or in this motel they were all staying in. And some guy just went in the elevator with her, and he, like, kind of proposed to her to come to his room and talk some more or something. Not a big deal. She said no, and then she went on about her day. And then the next day, she posted on the forum saying, like, guys, we need to do better, and you shouldn't be doing this to women. And it's not that big a deal. I'm nothing wrong with that. But then all the other people freaked out, and they started saying how creepy he was, and like you never should do that. And it's like, it's not that big a deal. I mean, you gotta ask women out sometimes, or you're never gonna meet a woman or have sex at all.
Oh yeah, that's why I think the older community, like we're just talking about, that are like, they have no idea what it's like. Because I went to, well, last year I went to like a life coach kind of job coach thing, and they're like, "What do you mean you can't get a girlfriend?" And I'm like, "Well, I can get a girlfriend, but like all the women around here kind of suck." And then they just thought I was being like a misogynist or whatever. But then started explaining them and talked about libs of TikTok kind of shit and explained they're like, the women like that don't exist around here. And then I'm like, yes they do. And then so like when we went to Walmart to look for a job for me and a few other places, I pointed them out and I was like, see that chick with like green and black hair that's all like blue mixed in, like that's one of the crazy bitches. And it's like, oh, I just thought it was a fad. It just like went over the old person's head, like did nothing. Like it's like, and then start talking about like most girls that I date don't want to date me because I don't have a vehicle, and he's like, "Oh, I lived in Vancouver my whole life. I took transit everywhere. Women didn't seem to care if I had a car or not." And I'm like, I guess it really depends, like maybe where you live and like what your age group is. Because he was talking about being like 50 years old and getting into a gated community, and he was worried that he would be too young to get into the gated community. I'm like, too young? You're like 50. But then it makes me wonder if it like age bracket for old people is like even more gated. Like the older you get, the more jaded you become against like younger people living in your building or moving into your area. Ah, these young whippersnappers gonna ruin it. Like, but even the older generation, they're like 50, 60, they're like pretty close together still, right? They're not as crazy as like, what do you say, 30% of the millennial kids are all like trans or gay or something? Like, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So what I was going to wonder about the thing mainly was the issue with like, you know how China's fucked right now? Have you been focusing on them at all?
Why?
Like, they did the one-child policy, and then now, because of that, all the old people are retiring and can't work anymore, and the young population's like too small to replace everybody. So they think their economy's gonna like implode here soon.
That's good for us.
Yeah, but then the problem is they make all of our pharmaceutical drugs, and they make everything, and then like, well, it's good because maybe they die out and we can ship it jobs back over here. But that kind of made me wonder about like when I was reading about the red heifer and stuff. In the Bible, it talks about the king from in the east is gonna like get pissed off at some point and come like cross the Euphrates River when the Euphrates River like dries up and then do something that's gonna cause. And it makes me wonder about current events and like I don't really believe in the religion apocalypse kind of story, but these crazy people do, and so it made me wonder if it was going to be like a fulfilling like prophecy, where these guys are like, ah, yes, it says if we do this, it'll bring against the end times, so like we're gonna do this.
Did you see where President of Iran died in a helicopter crash?
Well, who was the other guy who got assassination attempt against him the other day? There was another guy like that.
Oh, yeah, I think about
That's like really makes me wonder, like you're saying, like you get fucking all this shit's happening, and we're gonna have like World War III soon. I fucking hope not, but yeah, it's kind of crazy actually. The amount of it just made me wonder, just like you're saying, like prophecies, red heifer thing. Like I really didn't look into it so much, but then
it doesn't
look.
even matter that the God's not real. It's just the people that believe it's going to make it real because they're trying to fulfill it.
Yeah, it's essentially what's gonna happen. It's like I played a lot of Legend of Zelda, and so did you, right? And one or two, and each thing it was like we prophesize that a hero will eventually rise up one day to defeat the evil, whatever. And that's why religion works so well, because it adds like this magical kind of element to people's decision making. You're like, oh, you're the chosen one. You have to go like it's your holy duty to do this or something.
Would you look at that?
That's why I think religion is so good sometimes, and also very dangerous, because like you can use religion to be like, oh, you should always be good to one another and blah 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 blah.
There's some people
Then
that straight out admit, like, if they didn't believe in God, they'd just be out killing people and raping people because
there's no Well, yeah, it was just some videos where it was like where this serial killer or somebody got out of prison, and then they asked him like, "Would you, if you're allowed to, would you be killing people?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, right away." Be killing. I was like, just like what? Love it. Well, because some of them have the same thing as like the AGP thing, where they get off sexually from killing people. They get like an orgasm mentally or something from killing other people, or then that made me really wonder about like serial killers to a whole nother level. Before I thought they just like to kill people or they're weird about it, but like, dude, if you come super hard every time you kill somebody, like, I can see why people would be fucking wanting to kill people. Yeah, but that seems like all these people do is just they just come all the time.
If they start killing everyone, everybody does that, and you're going to live in a world where you can just be killed by any random guy at any time. It doesn't benefit you to live in a world like that.
It would be like the Wild Wild West, right? It's kind of how it was back then. There's no, like, laws and...
I mean, that's kind of where we're going, with people allowing people to just steal from the store because their insurance company will pay for it.
Oh man, you should have watched... Maybe you should do a whole fucking documentary series on that shit, because I was watching all the different stuff coming out of New York City on that. They have, like, military checkpoints now with military guards, and, like, they only really arrested the ringleaders of the crime syndicates who stole all the shit. There's, like, Macy's lost, like, $2 billion worth of sales, like... All these different companies are like pulling out of New York City, and then it's becoming like a dead zone. Nobody wants to live there. Jack the rent up because the places rent on the people who live above the businesses because the businesses are closed down now. It's like, this is why I really think Trump needs to get back into office, because he likes New York City, and he'd probably change the laws in a heartbeat and like throw all these people in prison.
But can you see? Office, he's probably never going to leave. He's
probably.
Change the laws where presidents can stay in office indefinitely.
How many years do you think he's got? Because he's already like 80, old as fuck. Like, can't. Well, he might.
He just shits his pants all the time with all the speed he used to take.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Shitting his pants, huh? I mean, he seems to walk around pretty good for a man who shits his pants.
You can see videos of people like sitting next to him and they're just freaking out because it stinks so bad.
He's wearing adult diapers. Isn't he always eating McDonald's and stuff?
Yeah.
Shitting his pants because it's just there was a video I saw. Someone said it was like, "What is Biden? The face that Biden's making."
Remember that video where he was at the WWE with Vince McMahon and he tackled him?
Yeah.
You can see his diaper in that video. It's like sticking out. He wears adult diapers, shits himself all the time.
That's fucked up too, but I've heard about that here, where there's old people who are at the casino doing slot machine, and they ended up like dying of a heart attack or something, and then the people would check on them and they were wearing adult diapers for hours, like shitting their pants or pissing their pants, and so they could just keep playing slots and not have to get up.
It's like gamers in China.
Yeah. It made me really wonder, because some of these people had died from dehydration, and I'm like, wait, well, you could have got up and walked like 3 feet and drank some water? Like, what are you talking about?
Wanna miss out on epic wares.
Got it. This is kind of the other reason. If I was God, like, realistically, I think of what this planet is a zoo. And whatever created us is like, it's just a scientist of some race. And they're probably as astonished as we are that we managed to even get to the technological age. And they're probably actively like watching us, our behaviors, and like watching us do all this. They're probably like, what the fuck? Why are they all trans now? What's happening here? Like, that's the other thing too. You should do a video on that rat utopia I was talking about. Because it was like the same shit's happening that happened in the rat utopia. With because in the rat utopia they had like gay and trans rats essentially. Like the rats were, some of them would act like females and try to get fucked by the males. Which was like the.
Nothing else to do. You're bored.
You're bored. There's nothing to do. There's no. And this is the thing where I think that humans, in some fucked up way in our mind, to stay mentally healthy, we need something to fight against. If we just try to live in like a utopia, we just go insane and kill everybody, and everyone gets like mental illnesses, and we just like implode. So it's like if you have the issue is they made the rat utopia, like gave them unlimited food. As soon as they made it so the food wasn't unlimited, and the rats had to go and like forage and worry about like snakes killing them and stuff, they like their mental illness like went away. So
Remember when you're like 11 or 12 and you had wet dreams because Nickel was such a big deal to you back then? Now it's like nothing because you see it all the time.
oh yeah, it's like you're burnt out
I
basically.
wonder if
You
how
like
much people were still like that. Like they see a naked woman and just gum in their pants.
that must be good at that age, man. Like it makes me actually think. I don't really want to convert to Amishism or something since we have the internet. You know, I feel like I'm spoiled now. I can't live without a computer or something. But just to be able to like get off the grid, go fuck an attractive wife, have a bunch of kids, and not have to worry about all this crazy bullshit that keeps happening. Just oh, you Amish people, like, was it? Did you post this meme or I saw this meme on Facebook or something? I think it was Facebook, and it was like, how did you guys handle the coronavirus? And it's like, oh, we don't have TV. Just never watched the TV. They didn't need to. They just didn't freak out.
I am no beast of burden.
That's why I think games like I like Path of Exile or I like really like Daisy. Maybe that's another reason that so many gamers I've seen they really like games like Daisy or Rust because it's so addictive to them. Because in their current lives, they don't need to actually survive anymore. Everything's like you just go get food easily and water easily, and you're safe all the time for the most part. And these people need this like survival aspect to their lives, and they start going insane or getting cabin fever or.
Or if you work in an office, you want to play games like Farmville where you're working on a farm. It's like you miss being on a farm with some historical like DNA memory or something.
It makes me wonder because most of us probably got to this point through farming.
Like
Right?
you don't produce anything. You're like, what the hell? It's like my whole life I just sit at a desk and just pretend to be working to have something to do so my boss doesn't fire me.
Yeah, I've kind of like really, I feel that way about a lot of stuff. Okay, this is how I've kind of seen it. When I've had to play a video game, like, okay, so I played Demon's Souls remake on like PS5 recently, and like there was a section where I had to kill like there was a farming spot, and I had to kill this dude like over and over and over again to get 3,000 XP every time I killed him, and then I had to go back to the bonfire and reset. I did that while I was listening to a Joe Rogan podcast for like 6 hours straight to like level up so that I could go kill a bunch of bosses. And then I thought about it, and I'm like, I won't even wash my dishes. Like, I'll let them stack up. But then I'll grind for 6 hours in a video game to get some sort of arbitrary reward. Why is that? And it's like, is the video game like more stimulating to like my reward pathways in some way?
There were some philosophers on Joe Rogan that said like if you want to like change the world, start by cleaning your room.
Yeah, that was Jordan Peterson, and I read his book. He's very religious too, which is a bit weird. He kind of fails debates about religion, but he has some interesting talking points. Like he'll talk about religion, but he usually says like he kind of comes down to being a clinical psychologist and being like he realizes religion's a bit like weird and fucked up, but it kind of seems to be like stupid people, like really stupid people, not like clinically retarded, but just stupid people, seem to need to have religion or they like their lives fall apart. They need to have something to believe in. I truly believe you could even just get a bunch of children like raised up like an orphanage and teach their god could be Santa Claus. Their god could be you. All that's all they know. But actually can't be something like a living tangible person because people like always impose their
Let's say the Bible is true and Jesus really was God. Do you think he knew he was God?
Who?
Jesus?
I
Could
mean,
be God and just not know it? Because that's not how it works. Like if you make yourself, if you're God and you make yourself human temporarily, would you give yourself the ability to know that you are still God first? And why would Jesus be praying to God?
Wouldn't that
if he knew he was
spoil
God?
it? Yeah, well,
Well,
unless Jesus is like a clone or something. The way I think of it is like, was it this alien story about the something that Joe Rogan was talking about, where they have a really close orbit with us every once in a while, and then they basically genetically modified us to be like slaves to mine gold for some reason. Then it made me wonder if you have an advanced species like that, why would they go like? Is bioengineering easier than building robots? You would just want to build like some carbon fiber mesh like in robots that are like fire resistant, and then just have them go do all the mining, or is it easier just to have like a bunch of stupid people do all the mining? Because the issue is, what's the intellect level for like ancient peoples? Were they way smarter than we are now? And we like, because we think, oh, they couldn't have been because they don't have the technology we have. But you just see how many people that are like retarded walking into traffic looking at their iPhones, and like or lose their entire life savings because some telemarketer called them up randomly and was like, oh, need you to give me your bank password, and they're like, oh yeah, sure. The IRS, you know, like you see those people, they scammer calls, and they'd be like, okay, well, they're targeting like stupid and old people mostly, right? But how many people in the past were just very easily like swindled, and you'd think like, oh, well, religion is like a way of swindling someone.
Oh, I was talking about Jesus not knowing he's God. Because like in the Bible it says, Jesus said, why do you call me good? There are none good but God. It's kind of like saying, like, I'm not God. Why would you say that about me? But then everybody believes he is God. So what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, I thought kind of like you're saying something about that the other day. Yeah, it was like with the anime I watched. It was like this girl, and the whole show was about her not finding out that she was actually God or something, because then she would like destroy the world. That doesn't really apply to what we're talking about, but it was kind of an interesting concept. Like, what if God was like tired of all the shit? Yeah, he wiped his mind. He's like, no, I'm Jesus now. I mean, there's the other stuff. It was this crappy movie that I watched where they tried to clone Jesus from like blood that was on the parchment or that he was buried with, and ended up making.
What was it called?
It was terrible. It was a terrible movie, but it was like it made me think about like we could do that shit. We could actually do that, but then it was like we'd probably just get a black dude. We just like clone a black baby, and they would have no idea because like who they were.
Clone Jesus and dinosaurs and be like, what the fuck are these? Not supposed to be any dinosaurs.
Was it Jesus riding a raptor or something meme? What if God was one of us? Do 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 do. Dum dum dee dee dee.
On the bus, trying to make his way.
But like, obviously, people have probably thought of like a lot of the shit we've already talked about, right? Like, oh yeah, we've tried that before. So it makes me wonder how many different like religions have already kind of come and gone with years. Like the stuff that Hancock was talking about. where it was like the latest driest period or something, where they think
Younger
a comet,
guys.
younger dryas, yeah, that like created the tsunami that like flooded the, it didn't flood the world, it only flooded like Europe or something. But that was essentially the whole world back then. So
Have you ever watched Casper Sight? You've probably seen that, right?
probably.
All, like ghosts and UFO, paranormal shit. He's one of my favorite YouTubers right now. So he's like, he takes it seriously. He's not like joking around. It's like, I want to analyze this and figure out what's going on. Kind of like our podcast.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing what I hate about a lot of that. Like, I want to strip away all the mysticism, magical bullshit, and be like, okay, let's try to figure this out with science. That's why when I was telling you, like, I'm not afraid of haunted houses, and I can just walk around, and I'm like, if there's a crackhead in there that's gonna stab me, sure, that's scarier than any ghost. Because a lot of times I'd watch these movies about ghosts, and you, like, especially you, I remember talking to you about it before.
Like if there's a baby or a child ghost, like why would I be scared of that when I'm not scared of children right now that are alive?
Like, then why all the children ghosts are actually demons or something? Does it matter? And the other thing I always wondered is, like, if a ghost haunts me, and they're playing like practical jokes on me all day, or just being annoying, like making noises or throwing like my dishes across the room at me. Like, unless it's actually deadly, why would you be so scared about it? Because in the movies, I know they're kind of like play it up. Like one of the movies I watched was like Poltergeist. They had like the policeman there, and they saw all the shit like flying out of the house. It was like smashing onto the street. And everyone was like hysterically screaming all the time. Like all the women were just screaming. But I feel like I'd be a dude, I just like stand around and wait for it to stop, and then go back to like whatever I was doing. Be like, okay, ghost, you done? You tired of your little like temper tantrum? Like, good? All right.
Never understood people that kill themselves or kill other people because they heard voices in their head. Like, you don't have to say.
Well, it's because they're like, well, okay, one of my cousins killed his parents. For like, he had schizophrenia. They put him. This is the thing where I wonder, like, if asylums even work at all, because it seems like they don't. So, like, what happened with him is that supposedly when he was younger, anyways, they put him in like asylum because then they changed the laws in Canada and got rid of the asylums and like let the crazy people out. And the first thing he did when he went home was kill his parents. And it was like, oh, the voices told me to kill him. And I was like thinking to myself, like, yeah, but don't you know like the drawbacks of that? Like,
You just do everything anybody tells you to do. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Like, so if I told you to kill your parents, would you just do it?
You told me to.
That's not an excuse, though. That's the problem. And then he just nonchalantly afterwards, like, got on his quad and then, like, drove around casually, like, and neighbors said he was like, oh, yeah, he seemed to be in a good mood, and...
I think maybe if the voices, like, never stopped and they wouldn't shut up unless you do what they say. It's like whispering constantly.
But then they gotta think, it was like, yeah, but most of the time the voices just seem to be, like, negative, right? They're just, like, telling you to kill stuff. Like you said, it's like, if it doesn't stop, that must get really fucking annoying. That's kind of the idea from, World of Warcraft. The old gods were constantly, like, whispering, like, up shit to like, the Titans, or the dragons, and, like, corrupted them, or whatever. And it made me think about that kind of thing we were just talking about, where it's just like, oh, well, I guess, but then there's no real coming back from that. Like, should we come? We've already gone to the point where we figured out, okay, you listen to these, you hear the voices telling you to kill yourself. What's the average person, like, how long does it take for them to snap? Like, can some people just be like, I can tough it out, I can tough these voices out until they go away, or something. But if the voices have been telling you to kill yourself for, like, years, like 10 plus years of constantly hearing it in your ear. Like, that's gotta wear you down to something.
So I'm a skeptic, so if I heard the voices, I'd be like, you're gonna have to give me some reasons. I can't just tell me to do it.
Well, it's
Convince me.
like, yeah, I mean, it makes me wonder if that's a biological, like, thing in our mind. It's like, if you're a loser, like, I don't know, some of these people were like, so the ones that I did see that seemed to have this were like, there's the brony shooter who was like this weird brony kid that was obsessed with Buttercup from like My Little Pony, and he was like sexually obsessed with it. He was like a 14-year-old kid, and he was like jerking off to like furry pony porn and whatnot.
Jesus Christ, I'm dying on every fucking thing now.
And then the kids at school made fun of him for it, and then he went and killed them all, right? And then
Maybe just like the voice actors.
yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like, the more I think about it, it's like, because part of me goes, oh, people with disabilities that are like mental disabilities shouldn't be held accountable for the things they do or something, right? It's kind of my, because that's what I was wondering about the whole thing with God. So if you're mentally ill and you can't control what you're doing, but then you like become, let's say you're sentenced to death, and then like someone then cures you while you're on death row of your like mental illness, and you feel like remorse for the things you do, would God be like, oh yeah, so during that mental illness phase, you weren't in control of yourself or something, so like but like you don't get to go to hell, or it'd be like, oh sorry, it still applies, you're gonna go to hell still, even though you don't like remember doing any of it.
You're not seeing what the item is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was pooping the whole time at work.
Yeah. Well, we were just talking about how everything just seems to be getting crazier every time we're talking about like the transgender movement and how most of them are just like actually just a bunch of perverts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mental
Why is that?
illness.
But that was the thing that if you and I can just come to that same conclusion right now, why are so many of the like Joe Biden and everything like raising these people and putting them on billboards and propping them up so much? Make
I don't
money?
know.
I don't know.
We just need to get rid of Republicans and Democrats and just start a whole new system. Because they're
Yeah.
both just taking turns raping us. They say there's no
Taking
economic
turns
growth
raping
there.
us.
We're sending $60 billion to a country we've never heard of.
Yep.
Fuck's sakes. Okay, I guess I can't do mines anymore. I've maxed out my mine.
Canada sent like 40 billion, and they're like,
Whatever.
Yeah. Still playing WoW.
I took a little bit break to play some Rust. And we were talking about earlier about getting your own little like Rust server up for like just us or amount of people. That'd be probably cool.
Yeah, until you kill everybody and they leave.
I'll just not kill everybody. I'll just hold off.
Have to blow your base up with C4 again in the middle of the night.
And then I remember when I was like, came to you, I was like, someone blew my base up. Like, what the fuck? And you're like, oh yeah.
I was laughing. Damn, shouldn't have fucked the server, Austin.
I'm on
Everyone's
like,
mad at you.
well, that's why I've been playing on the server right now. It's like 800 people on it right now. I'm like solo, and I've been getting my ass clapped by like Chinese people all day long. It's been rough. It's been rough.
Still, they take like 20 people and this bone knife your door down.
I did have a stone high wall that like 20 Chinese people picked through with pickaxes, and I was just sitting there watching its 2,000 health like dwindle, and I was like, oh god, what do I do? They're coming in.
Invasion of the Chinese.
Yep, it's not just
World
Chinese.
War III.
Yeah, World War III.
We are here to take over your man.
Nice base. It's ours now.
It'd be a shame if something were to happen to me.
They don't even talk, man. They used to talk. Now they just like shoot and ask questions later. They're vicious motherfuckers.
We used to say, I China all the time.
China number one. China. And I thought the whole thing of them getting like reduced, only allowed to play like 2 hours a week of video games or something, but seems like they found a workaround. They're on here all day long.
Is that a new law or something?
BTN.
China was trying to pass this law where they were like, kids aren't allowed to play video games more than 2 hours a week or something. Might be a good thing, but
Why happened to that TikTok ban? We get that banned yet?
I don't know if we got it, but TikTok's already like banned in China, or it's like really limited.
From China.
That's the house. It went to
It's
the
from
Senate.
China, but they don't see all the fucked up shit that we see. It's like really censored.
Bye.
You get that TikTok banned.
Everyone fucking watches TikTok at my work.
Yeah, they're not doing their fucking job. They're standing around eating chips and like trying to stay out of view of the security cameras.
Smoking vapes, TikToking.
Facebook's
How is it?
almost got child porn on it now, but it's not like people sharing child porn. It's like children making their own child porn. 'Cause
How
they wanna
so?
be like
God.
regular people.
How so? Is that what you were talking about the other day? Where like the kids are trying to be influencers? They like
Yeah.
already know that yeah.
I watched that, like one of your links where there was like breastfeeding shit on Facebook, and now I'm getting it all the time.
Jesus Christ.
Got
I
you
was
into
just-
that algorithm.
Yeah. That's what I was telling T2 about the trans stuff. I watched his video on trans maxing, and then on YouTube, all I'm getting is like trans people talking about their lives and debating things. Like, oh, god damn it. Yeah, I think it's the fall of society. Maybe us creatures were never meant to have like phone. Well, I guess phones aren't. Like it's not like the social media seems to make everybody crazy. Is what I'm noticing.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb. Check it after work usually once a night. Get on there and mostly use Facebook for marketplace, looking for a beater car.
That's probably fine, but like the other stuff is just retarded.
I wonder if people at Walmart are gonna start seeing like, oh, you're 14 and you're buying a baby doll. Is this for a breastfeeding video? What are you doing?
Hope so.
You're a little old for a baby doll. Oh, I need like a fake baby to breastfeed.
They said it's like high
This
schoolers
young
doing
to
it.
buy fake babies.
High schoolers doing those videos now.
Well, I seen like a young girl. She was doing like a dance video, but the camera was like on the ground, looking up her shirt or up her
Yeah.
pants or whatever.
Yeah, it was like some video I saw a while
I
ago.
get way more views, so I guess I'll start doing this from now on. Oh,
It's
maybe if I
like
take my pants all the way off, I'll get more views. Oh, okay, I'll start doing this from now on. It's like a
YouTube
progression.
used to have stuff like that too. You'd
it was like
find-
naked yoga you used to be able to find.
I saw one of them. She had her mom walk past her in the background. Like her mom had no idea what she was doing, or it was on purpose. Maybe her mom was working with her. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, she had like a hot mom walk by the camera.
Mom was probably high on drugs or something.
Most
Well,
of
it's
the time,
like
that's
a
what I'm
typical
thinking. These
rich
people
girl.
don't
She
pay
lived in, like,
attention
a
to their
really
kids.
expensive house. Parents are just like out of it. You don't pay any attention to what your kids are doing.
Trouble.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish I could just ignore my kids, play
Take
some
care of
game.
my kids.
Yeah, but do you have?
Don't take care of your kids.
I don't know. That's the thing. Is if I had kids and then I'd found out that they're like making weird videos that pedophiles are commenting on, it's like, okay, we're locking down the YouTube. Or like, you're not
Yeah.
allowed to post anything else.
So my son has a iPad, but he can't. It's not on the internet. It's just got like
Probably good.
cartoons downloaded. There's like one app on it.
Yeah, my nephew, he's probably the reason, like, all these, what's his name, Ryan's World, those kind of people, like, they so rich. He just, like, spams that shit 24/7. Like, he'll turn it on and it'll just, like, play on a loop. Like, the next video will start on a playlist or auto
Oh, watching YouTube.
Yeah, he's not even there. He's off doing something else because he got ADD or whatever.
Yeah, isn't he like downs or like half downs?
Yeah.
Yeah, then he probably's. What's the mental age of that? Because I was wondering, like.
Start out with it.
No. I was wondering,
He's
has
10.
he had it?
He's like 10.
You get it right from when you're born.
No. 'Cause me and my brother were talking about like the average IQ for like a police officer in Canada is like 80 or something. And then like isn't like
He's smarter than
75
police
like
officers.
mental retardation? So you like could have a Down syndrome man as like a police officer.
He's definitely smarter than a police officer.
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
Did you ever watch The Retarded Policeman on YouTube?
Yeah.
Is the most liberating.
I have Asperger's.
Asperger's. That's what I
Sounds
have.
Like he knew what he was doing. Like he had a comedic.
Yeah. He was
Yeah,
he
my
was perfectly
ass.
fine. He
Like
just
somebody just tell him what
had
to
it.
say.
Yeah, he was somewhat normal. Funny guy.
Burglars.
He pulled his mom and dad over in one of the episodes. He like calls them Mexicans, illegal Mexicans.
Are they actually
Like,
Mexican?
get out of No, he's like, get out of the car.
I found another guy on my algorithm changed a while back. There's this guy. He's got autism, like severe, not like Austin, but the kind where you have the little headphones. You ever seen those?
Oh God. Yeah.
Not like
like,
headphones,
yeah.
he's got big headphones. And he always, they take him to Disney World, and all the people at Disney World know him, and they come up to him and like hug him, and he just kind of stares off into the distance, like he's getting off on it or something.
like he's coming in his
I have
pants.
to just block this whole channel, like this is giving me the creeps.
It's really weird. Well, it's probably because he's so autistic. Everyone there's like feels sorry for him, and his parents are like, "Okay, it'd be really nice if everyone just give him a nice hug now, and like make him feel like he's not a retard."
He's just a big Disney fan.
But then like
Right.
some of them are the hyper autistic. They're like, "I get to meet Mickey Mouse," and they're freaking out. And I'm like, you realize it's not actually Mickey Mouse. It's like a woman in a suit, right? A dude in a suit.
This
Yeah.
is like Captain Jack Sparrow or some Disney princess or I don't know. Let me look him up in a second. I'll see you in a video. I'm getting
good.
bigger algorithm.
Yeah, he changed my algorithm forever.
I'm good without that.
Some of the stuff. What was that one back before? There was like the retarded guy that would play games. What were you guys linked to? It was like Down syndrome
there
man
was-
playing Just Cause 2 or something. It was like a while
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
Oh, it's Shawnee E.
I had-
That's what it was.
Yeah,
No,
probably.
not-
No, it was probably somebody else actually.
There was
An E Entertainment.
Kevin-
Oh, God.
Kevin Plays Games or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, he's Shawnee E was watching.
That one was actually pretty funny though.
The fuck?
Okay, well but the thing is like we make fun of like Shawnee E or Nightwolf, but they're like not as bad as have you watched the Kiwi Farms tapes or something? Okay, they were like making the ones were like making fun of Cobra, King Cobra. Rogers watches King Cobra, but I don't know if T2 did. It's like the Kiwi Farms had all these other guys they were making fun of. Realized like White Bowser and what was the other guy's name? Daniel Larson or something. And like Daniel Larson, I think just went to prison for But he's like somebody that I'm like, he needs to be put in a mental asylum. Like that's the problem with some of these. They're like, oh, we don't have mental asylums anymore. It's not allowed. And then like all these retards are just allowed to like roam free and like cause mischief and get up to shenanigans. But Daniel Larson was weird though. He's like a pedophile, like a self-proclaimed pedophile, but he's like retarded. So he doesn't seem to understand the implications of like what he's saying. Like, dude, you don't want to be a self-proclaimed pedophile. That's not a good title to have.
That's the guy there. Magic with Thomas.
Yeah, I just wonder where the parents were fucking thinking. Like, if you're a parent and you're not retarded, and you have a retarded kid, and you see that they have like a phone, they have a YouTube channel, and they put cringy content on there, and just like, it is your responsibility as a parent.
Recording him, so.
I know, but that's the bad thing. They're like, they think it's a good thing, but this is just gonna be like, now you got a chronological like kind of history of his retardation that like there's no getting away from it unless you just believe it, I guess. But I don't know. If I was him, I wouldn't want to be him, basically. Because what happens if his retardation gets better, hypothetically? He's not such a big retard anymore. And then he has to be like constantly reminded about like his failings.
The thing about it though, like Shane Gillis was saying, Down syndrome, they have like the best life. They have no idea of all the problems
You're
going on
not
in the
seeing
world.
what the
They're just
item
like,
is.
fuck yeah, you came over to visit? Let's go do some shit. Let me show you what I just found out. They're just like dogs. It's like, holy shit, I don't have to have the best day in the world.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go for a walk. We're gonna go to the dog park. It's gonna be great. And they're like,
Never have problems, everybody always takes care of them.
I searched your streaming up there. I searched you on YouTube, and it came up. People also watch, and it was like Diablo 2, another Diablo 2 Barbarian video.
I always gonna be associated with games, aren't I?
Diablo 2? Yeah, probably. You and Craft Chest be pretty much the old lords of Diablo 2.
Lords of Diablo 2.
And WoW.
Wow. Well, this is the problem I kind of had with WoW and a lot of these games now. They're not necessarily bad, but like people have just meted the shit out of them. There's no like having fun with your friends and playing with all your random gear you found. There's like, no, you can't come to our raid.
Turtle WoW, dude.
Yeah, that's kind of like why I haven't been playing, because there's like the new Sunken Temple raid came out, and then people are telling me that I need to have like best in slot Nomergon gear that's fully enchanted just to step foot in there, and I'm like, oh come on, guys, it's not that fucking hard.
I had a guy at work
Turtle WoW's
who got invited to was it Warzone or Apex Legends team. And like, I can't stand those kind of games because all the twitchiness and like there's no strategy anymore.
Twitchy bullshit, I hate that.
Looks
Twitchy
nothing
kid.
like real combat. Like you're shooting one guy out a window and you turn around and 360 no scope somebody on the ground and you stare at one little pixel and hope somebody pokes your head out. Like, what the fuck is this? I don't have real people shooting.
You're not seeing what the item is.
Well, that's what I've noticed a lot. It's like that's what they do. They're like they don't actually play as like to have fun. They ought to play in some weird. When I watch some of the streamers who are playing Rust too, they're doing the same shit. They're constantly moving. They're bobbing and weaving all the time. They're moving their head around. They're looking up their own ass. They're like turning around. They don't sit still at all, like ever. But they're like twitching out real hard. And then when they're looting bodies, they loot them like super fast.
You seen that rolling method people use to play Tetris now? Where they flip the controller upside down and they roll their 4 fingers on it?
Yeah, little Chinese kids going crazy with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Way more
it's
clicks per second
weird.
to do it this way.
That's why Turtle WoW's so good.
Yeah, you keep talking about it, but I'm like, ah.
They're redoing a couple of instances. Actually, I think they're just adding it. Low level shit. They got different raids and shit.
Find your determination.
Yeah.
You are
I
inexperienced.
mean,
pretty fun.
Only one of your lessons was complete.
I want to check out Enshrouded again. See how Enshrouded is doing. If we could make a fresh server and play on Enshrouded and not like
I need to
cheese
go back
it
to,
again.
Valheim? They added a bunch of shit to
oh
that.
my god, they destroyed it. Holy shit.
If they try, I have never played Valheim. I'd be interested in like.
Oh, you want to
we all-
play?
Oh, fuck you.
Fuck yeah.
We
Well,
all
guys,
had a server.
well, I can host my own world if you guys want, and you can play on it
I'd
like
rather
we did last time.
I would rather do a completely fresh one.
Okay. Well,
Is
in
it
my
random?
world, it's random generated, yeah. Randomly generated islands. I just finished doing like Firelands solo in my own world, and it's like they did a phenomenal job with the new update. It's like all for free, you know.
So you've already played all the new shit?
Yeah, I've already done everything, but like when you have to play with other people, it takes a lot more resources because we need like tons and tons of resources for like all of
Yeah,
everyone's
start over,
armor and
it'll be
weapons.
just as hard.
It would be just as hard as we
You
started over
still
though.
know everything, like all the best
You still know how to
places do it.
craft everything technically, but like
The swamp is just really annoying though. I would recommend you skip the swamp.
yeah, we can actually skip the swamp because if we go to Mistlands, there's well, if you go to Plains and then Mistlands, you kill goblins. They drop the black metal ore, and then you can go to the mountain. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff we could do. It's just that I've been
Once you get to
playing
the
on my
mountains,
world
you're
for
not
like
really equipped for the mountains, and it's kind of fun because you know these wolves will just wreck the shit. You're not.
you can tame the
you don't know
wolves
how to
too.
deal with the
And
wolves.
like
They just play Mortal Online. Sounds like it.
well, I mean, yeah, but like Mortal Online, the problem I had with
Get
Mortal
ganked.
Online is yeah, you get ganked, and then you're like,
Fucked. You lose everything.
but it's also that this is the problem. Like I'm playing Rust right now, and I just got killed by a Chinese man with like a rocket launcher, and he destroyed my car. That's like fine. I can go spawn at my bag and like get re-equipped and go do this and go do that. But then like Mortal Online, it felt like oh my character walks too slow, or there's some other like I had to train my running skill in Mortal Online. It took like forever to do anything in that game.
It's too real.
Too real. Yeah. You have like oh you can't like it was like what did I had to do? I rode around on my horse in one of the safe zone towns for like 2 or 3 hours to level my riding skill while wearing heavy armor. It was like its own separate tree. And then I had to
Yeah.
get to like max armor riding skill just to be able to like walk around normally with the armor on without it like weighing me down. Yeah, like I said, I watched a few videos on it and it just seemed like just like too much to learn. I mean, but then I watched someone doing like war with that, and there was like crazy, like the sorcerers were shooting like meteorites out of the sky, and they're like blowing up all these dudes riding elephants. And then the guy was talking about how with the PvP, it took them like 2 weeks to save up enough resources to like do a 20-minute fight or something.
Siege
and
a castle.
yeah, siege a castle.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, doesn't
It's
seem very
crazy.
worth it. But I mean, that game has
Oh,
potential,
territorial.
but at the same time, it's like,
It's too niche. It's too like niche. Specific neckbeard nerds that have no life at all. Like I can never play it again. I did play it, but that was before my son was born.
well, the problem I have with it generally, like, we were having fun, right? Mining
Yeah.
and like riding our, and we had a ton of, I made a bunch of
Exploring.
money and exploring, and it was like an amazing map. And I
It's a
had
great game.
out in the world, I ran into an ogre or something. It chased me for quite a while, and that was like scary because I'm like out there by myself, and like
Oh, troll, yeah.
yeah, a troll chased me. I was oh god.
And my
And
my friend was farming the trolls' heads with like a mounted archer because it was broke. He would circle strafe around on his horse and just shoot it with the bow and killed the troll. It took like 20, 30 minutes. So every 2 or 3 hours he would kill it and get like hundreds of gold because you could just vendor the head, troll head. Because it was supposed to be like a 5, 10 man boss.
yeah.
So everybody got like a stack of gold for going and hunting trolls.
Yeah,
But people were just
cook them too.
abusing it, kiting it on a horse with an archer, bow, soloing it.
Well,
getting
wasn't that
shitloads
just
of
the
money.
meta? It became like the issue was
Yeah.
like when I talked to one of those guys that we joined a guild with for PvP. They were like, "Oh, you're not one of the meta builds," and I'm like, yeah, I just made my own build or whatever." And they're like, "Oh no, you need to be one of these races," and I'm like, "I don't want to do meta stuff."
Yeah,
But then
that's
it
why
just
Turtle Wow's
evolved.
good.
Yeah,
You just play on your
into-
own pace.
Mhm.
Meet people like it used to be back in the day. Like, oh hey, want a quest? Oh yeah, you got a guild? Let me in there.
But I just it makes me wonder amongst people, like especially if you're just playing on a server that's not even really raiding and you're just casual, like why some of those people care so much. Like, oh, you're not
Turtle
running.
Wow?
Well, not Turtle WoW, but like in regular WoW or regular. Why is everything nowadays like? I think some like Asmongold was saying like something along the lines of, if you're not willing to put the work in to be meta, then you're wasting everyone else's time or something along those lines. But it was like,
I'll be
yeah,
a tryhard.
I don't know. I don't want to be a tryhard. And plus, like the other thing I was talking about with T2, we already made a video about this, right? Like the tryhards are like they get all the world buffs, and then they still wipe on bosses, or they have all the best meta gear and the best world bosses and all of the best like flasks and food money can buy, and then they still wipe on bosses. It's like, wow, you guys do suck.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I had been in guilds in the past where we didn't have the best gear or the meta. We didn't know what the best spells were. We didn't know what the best anything was, and yet we still completed the content. You know?
Like, so, I want to play Kata, but at the same time, I'm waiting for Project E.
I mean, we could play Panda, but that's like, I don't know.
I feel like I would get tired of it in 2 weeks.
I feel like, yeah. I mean, the thing I would, I don't know what they would give us,
That's what
boost
happened.
or some shit like that. But that's what I kind of played with this new season of Discovery or whatever it was. Or
I feel
WoW.
the same way about books because people like spend $60 on this limited edition book, and I'm like, you have to pay $60 for it. It's not worth anything. You find it for $1 at Goodwill. That's something. You find it for buy it new for $60. Like, you're a fucking chump.
Yeah, no shit. Get it from like a, used to be a little bookshop downtown, and they'd have a box of books outside sitting like every week. There's always a box of books on Saturday morning sitting out there in front of the library for free.
Oh my god, get fucking wrecked.
Stay the course.
Yeah, Project Epoch sounds really weird because I want to do the Undead
What does
Paladin.
Epoch mean?
It's like an era
Epoch.
where the stars are.
Horse transport stand leather belt.
It's a Wrath of Lich King Alliance, but it's like the Burning Crusade talent trees or something. So like elemental shamans are good, you know, like there's a lot more viable specs. Prop paladins are going to be good tanks. Undead paladin tank is my plan. Could be a dwarf shaman, which is a cool one.
Mortal
So it's like,
Online, I feel like it could be a great game if they just stripped out some of the too hardcore bullshit and then made it like more accessible, like WoW or
I
something.
mean, like if you die, you don't lose everything, or
No, because in RuneScape or some of these other games, you have that, but I don't know how to make it good. I guess, yeah, because in WoW, when you die, you don't just drop your gear or something.
I don't know. Yeah, I feel you though. Like if there could be a mix of like vanilla WoW mixed with the like Mortal Online 2, where it's a little more simmy. I don't know. But then again, it's like I was just thinking about this the other day. I'm like a dad gamer now, and it's like
Don't
I've
have
been
enough
playing on.
time.
Yeah, I've been playing on the Ice Crown, Warmain Ice Crown server, which is always like 12,000 players. And I get on there and I've been gearing out a Death Knight and I'm just doing heroics, every getting my badges. And I'm not even in a guild. I'm just kind of playing WoW and getting a little bit of
Well, that's how,
fun out of it.
maybe because me and you are actually like decent players and we know what we're doing and we're like self-sufficient or something. Because like, I didn't have a problem when I played that new season Discovery. I'm still not in a guild. I did all of like this content by myself and like solo leveled all the way to like level 50 or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, why are people telling Blizzard that they need to like give us more XP boosts? And like, Asmongold was complaining that it was the dad gamers who were saying that like, oh, we need more XP boosts because they don't have enough time to level. But I'm like, I had enough time to level, and I got to work like several jobs, so I don't know. Like,
Yeah, but you
I'm not
literally
taking a
don't
guild.
understand if having a kid or two and having a full-time job, I literally play an hour or two, and that's it. And one or 2 hours, that's all the time I have to play. Because my kids don't go to bed till 8, 9, sometimes 9:30, and I don't even play games because it's like, well, I got to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, so I better just go the fuck to sleep.
Yeah, I guess so. It's kind of a frustrating.
If like last night, my son went to bed. My kids were both asleep at 8:30. I played for about an hour and a half. 10 o'clock rolled around and I was out. Actually, no, 9:30. So I only played games for an hour. I did like two or three dungeons.
Yeah, I guess
So
so.
1 hour.
But then, like, the reason I'm complaining about this is that like these are some of these dad gamers that are like already level 40 like I was, and then like it didn't really take me that long to get to like level 50 with the XP boost because it was already like 50% increased. Then there were the same type of people that are whining on the forums that like you shouldn't have boosts because it ruins the experience. And I'm like, well, you can't have boosts, but you're saying you should get 100% more XP for all your quests. Like, which is it? You want boosts or not want boosts?
And again, I just ignore that. I don't even care what people are saying anymore.
It just seems like
Not worth my time to even wonder about it. Fuck it.
I did not know you could just transform a gem into a random transfigured type of that gem.
you get a good or bad combination.
I mean, one of them is worth like almost a divine, like this one here. Nice little frost bolts. It's worth like a divine, which I'm using one right now. But like, so I could just force this to give me that. It's the only version of it. So I could just like, oh, every time I do the whatever it's called, you use offering of the goddess, you can turn it into a divine.
Yep, the offering of the goddess or whatever they do for that.
I got to be busy.
Yeah, there's stuff that they're doing with Path of Exile that I don't know if it makes it better or not. Like they changed it, like you don't need it offering or something anymore. Or maybe you only need one, something like that. And like I'm thinking about like a bunch of that stuff probably doesn't matter too much, but because yet again it might be like we're saying for the dad gamers who don't have time. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It makes me wonder if that's the demographic. Like, if all these young kids don't want to play Path of Exile because it's too difficult or something, or they didn't grow up with it. So they're like, oh yeah, we don't want to play this. We want to play Fortnite or something. So like, people are like, okay, we gotta make it more dad gamer friendly. That's our fucking like player base. I know games can do it. Like, I've been playing through Baldur's Gate 3 and I haven't beaten it yet. Because they're taking it like really slowly because there's like a ton of shit to do in it. And it's like lots of different options, outcomes and stuff for like what you decide to do. Anyway, yeah, the whole thing about Valheim, we should play Valheim, but it's like it's one of those things that you start off with like low stats, and then if you die, you lose stats. So you can potentially like reset yourself to 0, which is annoying. And it kind of makes it harder if you're like a higher level zone and you're died a bunch, then you're like set back, and it takes a while to level up. But yeah, I don't know. I've been playing like my world's on like day 800 or something, and I cut down like half of the forest on my island, like half of my island's just barren wasteland. If you do play on my world, you're not allowed to replant trees. I kind of like the idea that we're like industrializing the world and cutting all the trees down and mining all the mountains dry. I built a gigantic fortress with a huge moat around it. Yeah, we should play some Firelands at some point, T2. My world. You could always make a new world, I guess. My world already has a lot of this stuff. So. Firelands is fucking insane, though.
Not really hard.
Well, I wouldn't say it's really hard. If you come prepared, it's not really hard, but yeah.
Is there something
what else
like
is hard?
those mosquitoes that one-shot you?
No, it's mostly like skeleton monsters and like stuff that's on fire. Slimes, when you kill them, they explode and they like damage the landscape. There's a new dragon boss for the area. It was really insano. I actually haven't defeated him like legitly yet. I used God mode to see if I could like play around with him. And even in God mode, he like kicked my ass and like stun locked me. It's like, okay, I'm gonna have to come back for. So like, Ashlands for me in my own world, I had already explored part of the Ashlands before the update came out because it was like already kind of there. And then so the update came out and it separates the Ashlands from the main continent and like creates a boiling ocean around it, so you have to like take a new ship there. I tried taking one of the other ships and my ship was like taking periodic damage as I sailed, but then a crazy storm hit me and my ship got like shipwrecked on this. The whole island coastline is surrounded by like huge spikes. Kind of reminds me of you ever watch the movie like King Kong or something, the one that one of the newer ones where they're like sailing to like Dread Island and there's all like whole coastline is a bunch of jagged rocks and their ship gets like snagged on the rocks. It was like that. It was like really hard to get to the actual Ashlands. And then there was the new sea monsters. You see a new kind of sea snake. It's like it shoots like fire out of its mouth at you, like fire projectiles. But once I got set up in the Ashlands and was able to get a portal set up, it wasn't that bad. There's a new portal It allows you to take like metal and other things that aren't normally transported through portals. New ship
I
is
think,
like.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Good. I felt it was like a good expansion.
I might be getting. I should hear today whether I'm getting a job offer. Job.
Oh, you're gonna get one that's better. That's better than your current situation.
Yeah, should be a better pay increase.
What do you get paid right now? Like crackhead wages or what?
Yeah, barely afford to live. It's like 23 an hour or something.
I mean that. Well, for America's kind of good, I guess.
This job will be like 36. Hopefully. Supposed to call me today.
Well, we'll see if they actually do that.
About to drive like 25 minutes though. I could start buying crack.
Yeah.
Sweet, sweet crack.
Crackalicious.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna play. I will play Project Epoch. I just looked at the new. There's a Wrath of Lich King server coming out in 10 days. White Mage. Actually have like custom dungeons and stuff, and time walking dungeons, and I might play that. Give you a dwarf shaman on that.
Yeah, adult life kind of does suck. Like Tutu was saying, like if you're a Down syndrome kid, you're like, oh, everything's just happy, love. Oh, unless you live in China, something. That's what I heard. Like the Chinese people, they just ship all their retards out to like the farming districts and have them work on farms.
What?
Yeah.
But
My
like mentally disabled people, they slave labor them.
They just slave labor them. Yeah, they're useless.
That's fucked up. That is fucked up.
And if they fight back or anything, they get the shit kicked out of them, and then they probably would never like step out of line again, unless they're really retarded. Well, like for me, for instance, I used to like when I was younger. I used to be like real or like like maybe I had like a meltdown or temper tantrum or whatever, and like adults would put up with me or like, oh, they're there. But eventually, when I had to go to like real world, I was at like some summer camp. The kids were like, not. They're like, if you make a fuss, we'll kick the shit out of you. And I learned pretty quickly that if like you got a problem, you keep it to your fucking self. You don't make a big fuss, or else, well, you're gonna hear about it. It was kind of the interesting kind of concept, but there was other kids that I was like around that got. It just didn't seem to learn from that mistake. They were like, they made a fuss. The other kids didn't like that, and and they would just make a fuss again. And then eventually it's like, oh, those kids end up being on the street doing fentanyl and overdosing, I guess, eventually.
Yeah. Is
Well, I was
Valheim
wondering-
actually still in early access,
Valheim?
or is it out?
It's technically still in early access, I guess, but the game is like pretty polished at this point. Like, I think they did an amazing job. They only have a 4-person team. Like a woman that does all the art design, and then 3 men. That's it.
It's $10, right?
Yeah, just fucking buy it and play it with me. Come join my world. You know, walk around and look at things. They just had a bad update too, like the major update that added like tons of shit, tons of new weapons and armor and other crap.
Is it like Enshrouded, where you go and
Yeah.
like gather shit?
Yeah, it's basically enshrouded without the flying wingsuit. Well, actually, it kind of does have a wingsuit you can find later on, but not like it's a cape that gives you slow fall, which is like the same thing. But you know, Enshrouded's map is not randomly generated. It's just a static map. This one's like every time a new map's generated, it's random.
Huh.
Which I like, 'cause it makes everyone's world like different. Now the way it works, it's like Private Hive kind of, or it's a linked hive or something like that. So your character can like unless the server's set up to not allow like outside characters. I could take my character from my single player and take it to your multiplayer and vice versa, and it'll keep all the stuff. So you can join my world, I can give you some weapons or something, and then you go back to your own world and you still have those weapons.
Now you could dupe.
Yeah, you could dupe essentially, yeah. Well, that's actually kind of what we used to do, because when the teacher really hated the swamp. The swamp's like full of undead and it rains there, and it just like makes you walk slow in the mud. And normally you'd have to like gather up all the stuff, go on your ship, and like sail back because you couldn't take metal through portals. And it was like really slow and arduous because maybe like where you mined the iron is like super far from your main base. And then but what we used to do is like you would get a full inventory iron, log out, go to your single player world, dump the iron in a chest, log back into the multiplayer with an empty inventory, walk through the portal, go through your base, log out, log back into your single player, grab the ore, log back into the multiplayer. There you go. And you just skipped like a workaround.
Hmm.
Oh, hello, Mitchell.
They put a lot of updates out.
They had put a lot of stuff out.
I haven't played it for like 3 years plus.
Well,
So that was before my kid was born.
yeah, I think I've played a little bit of it since then. There was like some new raid they had come out, which actually needed like competent people who knew what the fuck they were doing.
Ah. You can't just drill through the earth like you used to when we were extracting. Austin, keep drilling.
Keep drilling. The psychology of a driller, and I'm just like making random holes popping out of the ceiling everywhere.
That's a fun game. Little robot thing. Molly, that's her name.
Yeah, it was a pretty polished game for being also early access.
Yeah. It's real fun.
We just talk about
Into
it
the
too, about
deep
all these
dives.
games being shit. So many games are garbage, and then it's nice to find like games like these that are standing out.
Well, I mean, Enshrouded
Yeah,
is a
Shrouded is
new
good,
game.
too.
It's not even out, but it seems really good. We've all played it. It's got a. They added dungeons.
Yeah, I haven't
Do
been
that.
on the new update to play like the dungeons. I know that someone had mentioned it, but I wanted to like do it with everybody instead of just by myself.
Yeah. Well, we all like farmed the best gear.
We kind of beat the game. That was the issue. Like, that's kind of the issue that I did say because it's like once you showed me where that best chest was hidden,
Best slot chest, yeah.
the thing that was kind of stupid
Farm your
about
best.
that chest was that like the second best chest in the game was like that sun temple or something, and then like what I liked about Enshrouded in some way was like you could do what you're supposed to do, like getting lockpicks or solving the puzzle to the sun temple, or you could just do what I did and like pickaxe the front door down and just like walk straight in. I didn't even do any of the puzzles at all. But then I was watching YouTube videos that were like 20 plus minutes in-depth detail of how to complete all the puzzles, and I'm like, glad I skipped that shit. And then there was a boss for like the sun area where I figured out where he was, and then I realized I could just dig straight down through all the sand, and a couple layers of stone, and I just like dropped into his boss room. It was like the scythe wielding one that flies around.
I don't know. There's a lot of parts in that game that were like really difficult, but I had fun.
Developers always think you gotta play the game the way they want you to play it. If we're having fun, who cares?
Yeah.
They often
Bomber
nerf
chest.
that a lot too. They're like, oh, you can't have your fun. They're nerf it. Especially when stuff's too overpowered, right? Like in World of Warcraft, that happened a lot. Where like someone would figure out something, and then they're like, ah, you can't do that. That's exploiting. Even though it's like in the fucking game, it's set up like that. Like, what do you guys like? What do you think like is an exploit? Because sometimes stuff is like you got tools or weapons from like previous expansions that maybe weren't supposed to work together in certain manners or whatever.
Like in Dungeons and Dragons, there's that thing where the guy found a ring that would enlarge bullets to make them as big as cannonballs and put on the end of a whatnot rifle or something like that.
What is it? Baldur's Gate 3?
Oh,
Or is it
tabletop
just
Dungeons and Dragons? Like
oh,
pen and paper.
that's still pretty cool. Yeah,
Movie?
Like you found a ring that it said it makes things but larger, but it has to be able to fit through the ring. So everybody thought it was useless. He's like, oh, I'll put it on the end of my gun. When my bullet comes out, it'll turn into the size of a cannonball and it'll just fucking wreck anything.
Put it on my leg.
then your cum shots are gigantic. You know, like,
They had to do the physics of like how much more damage would this do. It was like a cannonball-sized bullet going at that speed.
that
Was
would
it-
literally kill everything, wouldn't it? Just if he had a
Pretty much.
shotgun, every pellet would come out in like a size of a cannonball and
Like a
just
flintlock
wreck everything.
pistol or something. They put it, welded it on the end of the muzzle.
Was it in
That
the
sounds
movie?
amazing. Yeah.
You talking about the Dungeons and Dragons movie?
No, I think it had something similar. They put a portal on the end of a painting or something that was in this wagon they were trying to sneak into.
Oh.
What did they do? Why did they do that?
Because the painting was getting smuggled through this wagon, they needed to get onto it, so like the portal was on the two-dimensional surface, so like one end, all I gotta do is flip it over and it's like against a wall, so then all of a sudden people couldn't follow through it or something like that. Seemed like you could just push down on the portal and like push it away from the wall and you could just go in sideways or something.
Well, I wonder because you played Baldur's Gate, but you didn't get as far as I did, right? I got into like the third act. There was so much weird shit that I could do like that. Where, like, I found this weapon. It was like this shitty hammer But then it was like it said on the prefix, like even if you miss or if you don't deal any damage to the target, do at least like 1 to 3 like frost damage or something, which I thought was garbage at first, until I realized I could damage doors that were locked with it. So I would like hit the door and do no damage because it's sturdy. Then I would still deal 3 damage like every hit with frost damage. So I would just keep doing that. I knocked down like every door in the game, basically just doing that. Never needed the keys for anything. I felt like I broke the game at that point, actually.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Okay, so oh shit. My resists are fucked now.
I should have never time and tide wait for no man.
Where am I gonna go here? This one?
Stay pure.
I gotta get this helmet that gives me mana per 2 intellect.
By them. Remember, we do this for freedom. Freedom comes to
Full access.
for freedom.
Hmm.
I don't know. It's kind of an interesting point. It's like you're saying, like the ring that makes things larger. There's like so many of these other things that are like you could have done that in so many other video games with them, like for instance, gravity magic. So like Divinity Original Sin or something. One of my friends was telling me he didn't even know what the fuck he was doing and he kept getting killed, and then eventually figured out you could take a container and put rocks in it and make it heavy, and then use gravity magic to throw it at your enemy, and it would like deal damage, kill them. I was like, that's an amazing idea. Like,
Makes it even more heavy.
yeah, you could like add gravity magic to double its weight, and like use telekinesis to then throw it at an enemy, and it hits them in the head for like huge amount of damage and one shot them or whatever.
Why wouldn't you just throw twice the weight?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just giving you an example. So.
Oh.
That's also another thing too. Coming up here is going to be Elden Ring's DLC. Have you watched the trailer for that yet, T2? Shadow of the Erd Tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's coming out on June 23rd, I think.
The fuck? I didn't lose that much strength. 81 minus 30 is 150.
you just doing delves?
I should be able to refund all this life. Ching ching ching. And then I can get.
What did they just have? Miss Pandaria something or other for WoW that I was watching, and it was like some dude exploited earlier, figured out how to do something and got like a super powerful cape, legendary cape. And he was doing 5 million DPS to like bosses they were fighting, and all the bosses were like melting. But I don't know if that counts as like getting banned. It probably is. Blizzard probably would ban him for that.
Are they even like Discord events? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Let's see if I can craft. I need. What the heck? I had bless resist a second ago. What just happened? It didn't change anything.
I don't know, you lose it or something.
I was here. I was looking at my. Yeah. How the fuck is my resist so low when I'm standing in this area?
Some sort of aura or something that's
3659. No, I don't have anything. Go to my hideout. 527575. Like, what the fuck? Doesn't make any sense.
how do we get people to join the Discord and then just leave right away?
Oh, hey guys. Oh, bye.
Oh, there's
Gotta
people in the
go.
Discord. Gotta go. And it's like, it's the point of Discord.
Never gonna catch me.
I was gonna put projectile gems on my gloves, but now I need to resist. Maybe I can get a good code and fire resist ring.
Smoke over it back.
$13.21. So now my code is really short. Killed 30 lightning. I guess I won't do that for now. Let's put fire res on. Okay, got max res. Just barely. Technically. Can't do that, okay. this tree. This might be really bad.
Like stepping into a dream.
الله أكبر. Everyone, get in here!
Not seeing what the item is.
Everyone, get in here! I am no beast of burden.
Oh, anyway.
Didn't I get the ritual should have 4? Oh, I gotta go here. Schnikeish. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it's another reason I hate China people. Is that fucking on this server, like, I haven't really had that much problem down south in the desert. I was able to kind of like just survive down there. As soon as I drive my car north, I get attacked by a group of somebody from his China tower and decides to
What game you talking about?
rust.
There's cars?
Yeah, rust his cars. You never get to car stage?
Oh yeah, those are the weird cars. Forgot about those.
Yeah, modular ones, yeah. I managed to fix one up. I found a old bus and a camper, and I like managed to take the bus part off the chassis and like put the camper on there and another engine and a driver thing. It was pretty good. Getting me around. I ran into a few people. No one really like injured me initially until the Chinese people showed up, and then they didn't just kill me. When I was dead, I heard them rocket the vehicle a couple times. Like wasted rockets on me, destroy my vehicle, so I couldn't like. You white people don't do that. Like a waste. Asians are like super angry. You get too far. But I wouldn't do that.
God damn it.
Something near your door.
Dogs want to go outside, go potty.
Oh. There's just shit on your floor, huh?
Be squirrel out there.
You go get that squirrel. Oh fuck, the other thing I forgot, I should have took pictures of it, man. Was there's a golf course near my house that I haven't been to until like recently.
Let's go.
And they had these big ass groundhogs all over the golf course. There's like 10 of them. Plus, I'm trying to play golf. I go to hit the ball. Ball just like my brother said he hit one of them with a golf ball last time he went. These fucking things were big. They're like as big as raccoons or cats or something.
Let's go potty.
Ugh, it hurts. Anyway, yeah. They just added a bunch of new shit to Rust, so that's kind of why I was playing it last week. Large. Oh, there I am. Yeah, Rust is like, they ban a lot of cheaters. At least the server I was playing on was like a chat muted because it's just toxic garbage. But the main things that I'm seeing is like admin banning people for hacking like all day long. But even now, I'm not even sure if people I've been fighting against. Pretty sure all of those Chinese people are like fucking cheating all the time. No, just to be safe. Every time they kill me, I usually just report them for cheating. Catch them eventually. That doesn't necessarily mean they're cheating. Alright. I've just been roaming around and looting a lot of these bases that are either decaying or like have partially been raided. A little raiding myself. Up till recently, I didn't really have any, didn't have much shit, but then I broke into some bases recently that ended up fucking ton of shit.
Do you ever just say a bunch of racist shit when I go AFK?
No,
Sure,
that was
okay.
not.
Why not? I would. It'd be great.
I mean, if saying Chinese people are evil,
Oh, I mean, that kind of,
depends on the context, maybe, I guess.
How much is this thing worth? Imp Crown gives you cold exposure on hit. Need a Blizzard Crown, I think, for it to be good. So we'll do... What? Oh! Okay, so if I go to the first one of these ritual launchers that I did, I think it was should cost 0. No?
I must have time to gather my girl.
What the fuck? %15 reduced tribute. Oh, it's a freaking. Okay.
Is it not something you wanted?
I think it's a scare that lets you do that.
Hmm.
This is all trash. Didn't know a single thing.
Has delving been nerfed since the last time you played it?
Well, the rewards you get. Profane proxies, cursed gems. need to use all these stupid coffins.
Hmm.
So,
Oh shit.
I want to craft a helmet that is haunted. So I look here. Haunted by this guy, haunted by this guy. That's not what I want.
Haunted? So like the ghosts.
What's a special mod? I want like 2 mana per 1 intelligence, or 1 mana per 2 intelligence, something like that. Fuck these stupid coffins that are filling up my inventory. And none of them have the right fucking thing on. Wow. This one does. I got 1 armor 10 row haunted modifiers, 150% increased chance. Now, I want it to be a helmet, and I want it to have more mana mods, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Alright, so I have, I'm going to compute the best selection here.
Get down. Way up here. Where I want.
And I'm on scarcer, increased chance of mana.
I killed him. Fuck.
Scarcer. What the fuck? I only got 1 increased mana mods?
Thompson.
Two rating 2. Need to have 6 haunted mods. Plus 1 explicit mods. Increased chance for
Oh my god,
scarcer attacks. Scarcer caster. I need to stick all of these coffins somewhere. I'll put them over here. what kind of wand do I need? I need to have cast speed. Spell damage per 16 int. Okay. So we'll go another tab. Can't look at that dang. Where the shit? Doom needle wand. Spell damage per 16. What the fuck even kind of mod is that?
Yeah, they've nerfed changed a whole bunch of stuff in Diablo, or in not Diablo, Path of Exile. And I like, they change so much all the time, I lose like, kind of track of what the fuck's going on.
So it's an elder wand? So I can't even craft that here. Fuck, this is gonna be hard. My dog is just scratching 24/7 now. She's not even getting any sleep. Just scratch, scratch, scratch. I don't know what to do.
Tie her up, put her in a bag or
bleed to death where she's scratching her skin off.
Well, she's itchy. Then she's got fleas or something.
I ain't seen no fleas. I've done all kind of given her a bath. I've combed her fur. I don't see any fleas.
She got mange, or
Oh, she could. She's been in the house the whole time. Okay, one caster manager scarcer.
would she be? Is she like scratching herself so much that she's bleeding?
Kinda, yeah.
I've had pets, and could be her claws are like contaminated, and I've maybe looked at them if they're dirty, and then she like gets that in her wound, and then she itches more. At least she doesn't have botfly or some nasty parasite. There's a few parasites like tapeworm kind of stuff that makes you itchy. But you would know because then her poop would have like tapeworm egg sacs in them and stuff. You could always try, probably hard to do it, but we did have times where like the dog would get injured and we would have to like shave an area so it would heal properly. But you might have to like tie your dog down, get that done.
Let's see what else do I need on this. Scarcer attribute, scarcer attack, scarcer crit.
Oh.
I'm back. Guys, hanging with Mr. Cooper. Talk about the video games.
Huh?
Oh, God bless me. What?
Critical. Scarcer.
What you say, boy?
Physical. Let's say.
Let's get physical.
Life mods are scarcer. Okay.
Yeah, I might buy Valheim. $10.
Yeah. You can come look at my world, and then we can get started on your world.
Well, I might play single player for a bit. Get used to the game.
Well, yeah. It's kind of like the difference between it and the other one we played is that enemies will like attack your base. So you have to build like trenches and walls and fortifications and stuff.
It's like Empyrean. When you build a base in Empyrean, it like instantly gives the enemies an awareness, and then they're like, it gives you a countdown on when the raid's coming, and then they could literally destroy your base and take it over for themselves, and you're fucked.
This can happen in Valheim. That's why they can't just take it over or whatever, but they can destroy everything. So,
Empyrean, they take your whole base, and then like a big area on the planet becomes red. They like Zyrax territory. So it's like they take it over for real. Like, oh, good.
Yeah, so like you build workbenches so that they allow you to build within like an area. So you have like a lot of these workbenches all over the place, and the enemies are drawn to them. They line of sight want to destroy them. So if you put them inside of like sheds, it's usually fine or something. And then, but it got to the point where so for me, I originally built in like a stone tower on the edge of the Black Forest, which you'll see. It'll like the meadows is the starting area, and I'm like, oh yeah, pre-built castle. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna go live in there. Not to realize that there's like trolls would come. Trolls are like big fucking things. They come. They grab they're wielding like trees as weapons, and smashed my castle. And then I said never again. And then now I have a gigantic like double moat, huge wall, pyramid. Pretty excessive, but I cut down the entire forest. Well,
What the fuck is up?
essentially made the trolls like not a threat anymore.
Forced it defunded the trolls.
Well, in Valheim you do have like defensive weapons like ballistas.
Turret?
Yeah,
They'll automatically fire?
that's magic.
Oh.
So you can get the trophy of whatever enemy you want to kill. Give it to the turret, and then the turret will only target that. So I basically have like the spawn points have like giant ballistas aimed at them. So as soon as like they spawn in, they die.
I do a couple of heroics here at work on the work computer. Yeah.
Hush!
Oh no. Pupper's going to town. Who's here? Does a pizza? Get pizza bombed at 8 in the morning. Austin, are you stalking him?
No. I don't have the money to send him pizza.
What if spam just like showed up at your doorstep?
Just there's a what do you call it? Equipment outside digging holes.
Road work and shit.
Well, they're putting in like a gas line or something.
Did they ever get fiber internet for your place? They ran it in your backyard.
I don't have fiber.
You ever look into like fiber services at your location?
I did.
Might be.
Back, but takes so many corpses to get what you need on this. It's like you're never gonna have them all at the same time, and by the time you do, your shit's gonna be so filled up with other ones. Hush!
Just go to town on that.
I'll just put her outside. Just don't, you don't even need a leash for her. Just put her out there, and then she'll come back. She's hungry.
I'm done running that shit for a while. Did it get dusty? Alright.
I'll leash my dogs, and they stay in the yard. The ones that didn't got rid.
That does have
Shoot
really
your
good
dog.
resists.
Take it out back and shoot it. Shoot it.
I'm tempted to use this helmet, even though it has none of the stats that I need. Would fix all my resist problems, like a change my belt, maybe.
Just shoot it down. Shoot it.
Oh, that ruins my shield. Just things work. Doesn't have anything close to it. Put it for divine, see if we get some money. I don't know. Fuck. How much does it cost to get one of these helmets? I got 5 divines. I should be able to buy one of these things. Yeah. 5 divines. I can get a blue one. for sale are shitty. Alright. Let's see if I can do a yellow map. Temp change.
Oh, dude, 4 strength, 4 stam, leather belt.
They still have that mod where you can restore energy shield when blocked. That seems like dope.
I must have time to gather will.
I think I've got the mod where I can get the haunted modifiers on items are just fine. But how would I know?
Shall fall.
Everyone, get in here!
Got a lot of slightly chain mails.
The ghost.
Oh, dude, 4 strength, 4 stam, leather belt.
Oh, would you look at this? Yeah, well. Would you look at that?
Godslayer. Godslayer.
Oh, dude, 4 strength, 4 stam, leather belt.
Have y'all seen Mankirk's wife?
Looks south of the bridge. Fuck.
X-Road's demon. What was that like? You were standing there talking about, and someone started talking about portobellitas in fucking Baron's chat. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know what the fuck this thing's got. It is a tough motherfucker.
Must have time to gather.
God damn. That thing was just insane. Can't kill it. Regen's too fast.
Get back to work.
Allahu Akbar. الله أكبر.
Let me just test this. Magpies.
الله أكبر. Oh, dude, 4 strength, 4 stam, leather belt.
have time to gather my will.
It wouldn't. If it's a white helmet, it will show up. What you want to do is go to fractured helmet. Oh, son of a bitch. Fuck, I'm not trying to look at loot right now, I'm trying to kill. Whew. It was rough. Okay. So I'm just gonna have to identify every helmet. This could have a haunted mob, but I wouldn't know.
Oh,
Jeez.
dude, 4 strength, 4 stam, leather belt.
Wish I had some speedier boots. There was one over here. What does it say about? Corpses. Voted modifier. Wait, embers of the Alpine cannot be found? I don't like that. But where's... I thought there was a mod that said they could drop items that are haunted. Relative modifiers. PoE profits. Yeah. I don't know. I'm real confused. Jesus fucking Christ. God damn it. Why did I just suck so bad all of a sudden? Well. Oh my god, this dog. Never met. I need something. Harvest. Can you sell for anything? Guess I'll take this. Worthless.
4 strength, 4
You're not
stam,
seeing what the
leather
item
belt.
is.
Fuck! Oh my god, I'm about to get fucking chaos inoculation just to be a dick. Veno puncture. Do you want to go outside? Because I asked you 50 times. Outside? Huh? Put this down. Oh my god damn it. You piece of shit.
Smoke weed every day.
What the post grand? Alright. Fuck, I got 3 bars, I'm leveling up, and I'm gonna get fucking chaos inoculation. I don't care if it ruins my fucking... It's just killing me. So there's no haunted mods. It looks like the only way to get haunted mods is to craft something in the graveyard. Down this fucking cliff so we can go. Jeebus.
I must have time to gather.
I'm gonna get a lightning wolf or something like this. I got all these skill slots I'm not using.
You're not seeing what the item is.
God damn it, I got no health or mana. Alright. Go and spider him. What the fuck? I'm never gonna level up now.
Hail, boatslang.
Not the shitty maps kill you. It always seems to happen to me.
I'm gonna have to re-roll it one fucking stat point so I can put Chaos Inoculation in, so I can kill this one boss so that I can level up and then re-roll the point I just used. I just need to fucking not die from chaos. I can't waste a portal on this tree. I'll put a portal here. Put a portal there. God damn, he almost kills me every time. Now I'm dead. Alright. Fuck it. We'll just do it. We'll just refund this fucking intelligence. Put it there. Put this in the cave. No, chaos inoculation there. There, we got no health now. Let's go back in. Alright. Chaos don't do shit to me now. Now you're dead. Now. Great. Wasn't ready to go into chaos inoculation, but I guess we're gonna have to be. These fucking some bosses. Fucking douchebags. Haunted, haunted, haunted. Nothing's haunted. Nothing's haunted. Nothing's haunted. Okay. So now I gotta kill them all with this thing. Okay. God damn it! What the fuck? This sucks.
Oh, you're trying to kill what? You need to kill that boss, or you just go do other maps?
Boss is dead. I'm just trying to get my goddamn ritual shit done now. He's gotta kill both bosses twice. I'm being swarmed by fucking giant bears. Which means I can't move. I gotta take so long to get my shit started before it damages anything.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar, I'm dead. There goes my portals. So I just lost everything. Didn't even get to see what was on offer. Great. Lovely. Fucking love it. Plan was to get Chaos Inoculation after I get my mana helmet, which I don't have. So I got 4,000 life. So anything that kills 4,000 life, I'm just fall over dead. But what are you gonna do?
Oh yeah, I guess you need your helmet then.
Cost 5 divine for a helmet that has it just as a shitty fucking mod.
Ugh. Expensive bullshit.
Probably can't do mine at all anymore. Probably just ruined my leveling. Let's see if I go to. Let's see if I can do level 83. This level up super fast. This was 79. Died right there. Yep, got the die. Yep. I don't know what to do. I kind of need my life right now. I don't have enough energy shield. I don't know how anybody ever gets fucking energy shield. Or is there something like reserved life is extra energy? Oh, I can't reserve life if I've only got one life. So it doesn't work. What the fuck was hitting me? I didn't even see anything. So gay, dude. You'll see my life chunking away. Chunk, 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 chunk. And I'm dead. Chunk, 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 chunk. And I'm dead. I got all resists maxed as far as they'll go without having extra resist. That guy's just vanished out of the fucking world. Doesn't make any fucking sense. There it goes. Chunk, 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 chunk. Dead. So I gotta go back here. Gotta refund Chaos Inoculation. Just leave it alone. I guess I'll go back to having health. Every time I have to fight a Chaos boss, I gotta put a point in and then respec it. Put a point in and respec it. That's what I'll have to be doing now.
Must have time to gather.
See, I would have died right there if I didn't have that life. idea is correct, then I could make a shitload of money and just be super rich. I'll have to do some testing.
Everyone, get in here!
Ooh, that's a good one. 386 energy shield. There's 91 life. That's a fire race. What's this say? $20 to 30 kills.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Jesus.
Purity will prevail.
That's like a big chaos ball. Just wrecks you. Look.
Everyone, get in here!
Barely hanging in there. Crit open somewhere, I think. Where's the thing at? This thing. Okay. So it's 4 to 4. Lightning coil, ionized vision, screaming wrath, screaming spite. Volker's Guidance. I mean, fire damage and poison. Greed. Damage. I heard music outside. made some good progress today. Energy shield leech. I guess I'll have to start putting some points into energy shield. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 intelligence points I could put in. But I am level 79. That will put me at level 90. I need to get some of these gels. Gels. Also, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Give me 93. Took 130 more int, which would be 16% more energy shield. 75 more manners. What if I gotta get at Walmart today? Silicone for my car, caulk for my bathroom, sugar for Kool-Aid, and then stuff to take to work to eat. Yeah. Guess I'm gonna go to Walmart. So I'm gonna get off here.